Mike has got to have the, oh, that's because that dumb thing. All right, now we're set to go. Good evening. Welcome to Township of West Lincoln Public Works Recreation Arena Committee Agenda, meeting number 5 for Monday, September the 18th, 2023. Comments can be made from the public of the public for a matter that is on the agenda by advising the chair during the request to address an item on the agenda section of the agenda. The public may submit written comments for matters that are on the agenda to jdyson@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Comments submitted will be considered as public information and will be read into the public record. This meeting will be live streamed as well as recorded and available on the township website. Your chairman tonight is Mike Rayner. The next is the land acknowledgement statement. The Township of West Lincoln, being part of the Niagara region, is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattawandurunk, Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The Township of West Lincoln, as part of the Regional Municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wide stewardship of the lands on which we live. Members of committee, is there any change in the order of items on the agenda? Seeing none, members of committee, are there disclosure of any pecuniary interest or conflict of interest? Seeing none, there are no appointments tonight. We request to address items on the agenda. 1 hour in total shall be allocated for this section of the agenda, and each individual person shall be provided 5 minutes to address the issues. A response may not be provided, and the matter may be referred to staff. There is nobody in the audience, but Kevin, is there anybody on cyberspace that wish to come on?
Not seeing any, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. The next item, number 7, is consent agenda items. The only item listed below tonight is considered to be routine and non-controversial and can be approved by one resolution. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless the council member requests it, in which case the item will be removed from the consent resolution and considered immediately following adoption of the remaining consent agenda items. Item PW 15-23, consent agenda items. Recommendation that the Public Works Recreation Arena Committee hereby approves the following consent agenda item, which is the West Lincoln Public Library Board minutes of July the 25th, 2023. Item number 1 is hereby received for information with the exception of if there's any member of committee that wishes to pull this item. Seeing not, I need a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Bell and Councillor Broderick, any further questions on this? Seeing none, all those in favor? Oh, we got to do it on this? Darn, I like the faster way. Okay. See, I would have been halfway through the next one by now. Okay, very good. That's unanimously. Communications, there are no communications. Staff report, item number PW 16-23. Director of Public Works and Recreation, Mike DePaula, and Project Manager Ray Vachon. Recommendation report PW-19-2023. East Chippewa Road slope failure and concrete bolts culvert emergency repair. Recommendation 1, that the recommendation report PW-19-2023, East Chippewa Road slope failure and concrete box culvert emergency repair dated September the 18th, 2023 be received. And 2, that Council authorize Ontario Construction Inc. to undertake the slope failure and culvert repair in the amount of $266,815 excluding HST, in accordance with Clause 4.5 of the Tendering and Purchasing Policy POL-T-2015, and 3, that the estimated project total cost of $345,000, including detailed design, construction, contingency, and other miscellaneous costs be approved, and that the budget amendment BA 2023-11 of $300,000 be approved and funded from development charges of $30,000 and a transfer from the capital reserve of $270,000. And that a bylaw be passed to authorize the mayor and clerk to enter an agreement with Ontario Construction, Inc. I need a mover and a seconder for this, please. Madam Mayor and Councillor Bell, any questions with regards to this from members of committee at this time? Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Director, I'm just wondering about the timing of something like this and how imminent the collapse of that bank is.
Yeah, through the chair to Mayor Ganahan, as the report said, we were planning to do the design of this failure in this year, 2023. We had the money budgeted. We became aware of the failure in 2020, so we did some geotechnical investigations to see how stable that slope is, and at that time we realized it's something we need to work on. We had construction money in the 2024 budget, but this past spring there was another failure of that slope. So our fear is we should be repairing that slope this year, because if we wait till next year to do it, with the heavy rains and the erosion of the bank in the springtime, chances are it probably wouldn't last until the next spring. Like, it wouldn't. Obviously, the road would fail. Right now, the road's still stable, and we're pretty confident that the road would fail if we let it go one more year. So that's why we want to get it done this year.
So I thank you for that. I did read the reports and I was aware, but I actually wanted it to be publicly announced so that if members of the public were wondering what was going on when suddenly something comes forward, that there's an explanation there. So thank you very much, Director.
Thank you. Any other members of committee at this time? Seeing none, I guess it's time to vote. That carries unanimously. Thank you. 9.2, item PW 17-23. Director of Public Works and Recreation, Mike DePaula, and Coordinator of Engineering Services, Jennifer Bernard, recommendation report PW-24-2023, pedestrian crossover, St. Catherine Street at Dennis Drive. Recommendation 1, that recommendation report PW-24-23, pedestrian crossover, St. Catherine Street at Dennis Drive, dated September 18, 2023, be received, and that staff be authorized to enter into a cost-sharing agreement with the Niagara region for the construction of the St. Catherine Street at Dennis Drive pedestrian crossover, and that a budget amendment BA 2023-12 of $57,200 funded through a transfer from the capital reserve to cover the township share of the estimated cost be approved, and that any additional amounts collected from future developments related to this crosswalk can be transferred into the capital reserve. I need a mover and a seconder for this, please. Councillor Riley and Councillor Bell. Any questions from members of committees concerning this item? Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to our Director of Public Works. I just want to say thank you for this. I know this has kind of been a long time coming, and maybe to sum it up in less words, it's about time. Trying to get across the downtown there is a very tricky thing. We've had issues in the past where people have been struck by vehicles or many near misses. So look forward to this. So my question to you, Mr. Chair, to the Director of Public Works, as I go through this, unless I'm missing it, I don't really see, and I know we got to wait this for our counterpart there at the region, but I don't really see when this is being implemented. So when do we expect this to actually be up and running?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Riley, I did ask the region that question, and the first step is they need us to sign this cost-sharing agreement, which hopefully we can do by the end of this month, and then they're going to tender the project.
Okay.
And then once the contractor, whoever the successful contractor is, the schedule will be dependent on what the contractor's game plan is. The region didn't really put a strict timeline to when the work needs to be done, but they're hoping that it also gets done by the end of the year. Okay. But it could be early next year. But we're hoping that it gets completed this year. Okay. If the settlement can go forward, that not only do we approve this, but also we hope that it's done sooner than later. That would be much appreciated. But that's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the CAO or the Clerk's Department, whoever may be able to answer it, this question the best. Once this crosswalk is up and running, will it be something that we'll need to investigate about a possible crossing guard being assigned to that location? I know we're talking about crossing guards in our next meeting coming up, but since that's coming up, this crossing situation is coming up for discussion, I thought that I'd bring that forward.
Yeah, I can answer that. So through the chair to Councillor Bradrick, with this being a pedestrian crossover, it's not recommended that you need a crossing guard at this type of location. So that being said, we could do a traffic study to see if it's required, but at this time, due to what the purpose of this pedestrian crossover is, it's not required.
Thank you. So just to kind of recap, the traffic study is done internally by us to determine the needs of certain intersections, if they relish a crossing guard or not.
Through you, Chair Rayner, to Councillor Bradrick, this would be an external study done. So we did it in 2018, I believe, was the last time we did a traffic study. So we would probably reach out to the same company because they're limited and see if we can obtain a traffic study through them. So it is external, it's not an internal type of study.
So my memory is that that subdivision was constructed after 2018 and would not have included children, and I assume, because I do see them, walking from that subdivision to the Smithville Public School. And I just would want to ensure their safety if they are, approaching a assigned crosswalk, that they would be crossing in the safest places possible. So would want to, look towards your department to look at how that would be communicated, I guess, to the school and to the families, to the community, in order to look at where is the safest place for the children to cross if we're still waiting on a traffic study. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, through Chair Rayner to Councillor Bradrick. So anytime the school year starts, we send the principals of all the schools our locations. So the principals would communicate that with the parents. So all the parents would know what where our crossing guards are located. This is also posted on a township's website. So it is available for the public to view. If we were to, or when we do, I should say, have this pedestrian crossover, this is definitely could be something that we can communicate with the schools to advise them. I know this is coming up in the next admin agenda, so I don't know if we could want to communicate that a little bit more there. Because, like I mentioned, the traffic study might be the best way to go for this.
I'll save any further questions for the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Chicha?
I just wonder, because when my memory serves correct, this crosswalk was asked for and looked into and determined to be unnecessary at a time when I remember Councillor Bell of the day was looking for a crosswalk there to help seniors get across a very busy street. So if we were having a crosswalk there for children, is there a way that we could actually have something that would slow traffic down? I know that the two roundabouts were supposed to help with that. It was supposed to get them to slow down. And we're waiting again for the bypass. But is there something that can happen, like a button that shows lights flashing like they do in Toronto or something, that doesn't require a crossing guard but says, hey guys, look at those things, they're not bowling pins? Is there something that could go all day? Because as much as the children, I worry about them, there would also be perhaps people who move a little more slowly and just need a little more patience on the part of the drivers. Is there something we can do? I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. DiPaolo or to the clerk.
Yeah, through the chair, this PXO would be very similar, well, it'd be exactly the same as the one that's on West Street at Wade. Whenever somebody wants to cross,
Oh, right.
they hit the button and then it flashes the, like the bright white light that flashes. So that's what it would look like. It doesn't flash all the time. It's only when people activate the PXO, then it flashes.
Just one more, Mr. Chair, then through you to Mr. DiPaolo. That would be in service 24 hours a day.
Through the chair, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, then that almost says, be careful. A crossing guard could stop children from entering the crosswalk, but at least
Right.
we'd have something that looked that
Right, and there's signage ahead of the thing that says, please, please stop for pedestrians and appropriate pavement markings on the pavement and such, and things like that.
Thank you.
Councillor Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, maybe back to the clerk. Do you need council direction to do a traffic study? I just like to be efficient with this. If we're fortunate to get this before the end of the year, I want to make sure this traffic study doesn't take too long and having to be delayed. So I'm just wondering, do you need direction? If so, is that something we can put in motion so the minute that the region does their part, that this can be implemented and that study can be, I guess, done at that point?
Thank you for the question. I would say that this can be the direction that comes up at the next meeting,
Okay.
when it's brought
So
forward for discussion.
Just with Public Works, I wasn't sure if you needed it specifically to the traffic study, if that could be done in administration, or if that needed to be done now. So anyways, appreciate that.
Any further questions? I just have a couple to the director, trying to play the devil's advocate here. That's a regional road. Why is the township on the hook for half of it? We weren't on the hook for half of the roundabouts, which were on the regional roads, or any part of the cost of the roundabout, if I'm not mistaken. Why then, this being a regional road, do we have to partake in this, but we don't have to partake in others? Or should I say the other way around, we were exempt on the bigger one. You would think it'd be a lot less for them to give us an exemption on this one, because do they not have to maintain it in the future? Is it not their responsibility because it's their road?
Yeah, through the chair, it's the region's policy that whenever a municipality requests for a PXO, the municipality is supposed to pay for half the cost. That's their policy. The asset is a regional asset at the end of the day. You are correct, it's their road, but their policy is basically if the municipality is requesting for it, it's cost shared 50-50, it's their asset, and the ideology behind that is that it moves pedestrians, which is a local responsibility, so they feel that the municipality should pay for half. As far as the cost on the roundabouts, we did pay for the landscaping of the roundabouts. Yeah, but the rest of the construction costs of roundabouts was basically the region's responsibility.
Okay, one more little devil's advocate if I can. This is going to have a flashing light and a button to push to cross, correct? We had a light burn out on a regional road at Caister Center Road, and it's a regional road, and they wouldn't replace the light bulb, so we had to go do it. This is another regional road. If this light bulb burns out down the road, even though they're responsible for it, are we going to have to do it? Because the track record's not too good here.
Through the chair, it's the region's responsibility to change those light bulbs. At the PXO, we're talking about.
Okay, all right.
The street light, that was our street light on a regional road, and it was our responsibility.
Anyways, it was a street light on a regional road. But anyways, let's do the vote now if we can. Oh, sorry, Councillor Chichak.
Mr. Chair, just through you, I just wondered with the finance, with our finance person and the director here, Public Works, how much of that intersection improvement will be funded through development charges? Does anyone know? Because it's not all borne by the, my point is it's not all, I'd like it just said and open. It's there.
I have the numbers here.
Through you, Chairman Rayner, to Councillor Chichak, I don't recall if development charges paid for any of that. I don't, I believe we have to maintain the landscaping. I don't even recall if we actually paid for the landscaping. I think it was more of a maintenance, perhaps. I don't remember. I'd have to look it up.
No, I'm sorry. The crossover. I read in the report that there was
Oh, I'm
an
sorry.
amount that had been collected from developers already for that
Yes.
purpose, and that there was still another $7,500. But I just wondered, because the question is being asked how much our taxpayers going to pay. So it will not all be taxpayers. It certainly won't be as much as we used to get from development charges, but I was wondering, are we in the neighborhood of 50% of our 50% being paid for by new growth?
Through you, Chairman Rayner to Councillor Chichok. Now that I heard the question, I apologize.
I apologize, I was probably not speaking properly.
It's not in the current development charge background study. We're working on the new background study. And because of the timing of this, we will talk to the consultant to see if it can be collected. There's a little bit more money that's going to be coming from a future development. As you see from the report, we've collected some of the funds from development. So if it does end up becoming DC eligible, we could reimburse the capital reserve with the funds we collect.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, okay, Jessica, we can vote now, please. And that is unanimous. Moving on to item 9.3, item PW 18-23, Director of Public Works and Recreation and Coordinator of Recreation Services, Wendy Beatty, Re-Recommendation Report REC-05-2023, Recreation Staffing and Resources Recommendation for Upcoming Programming and Events. Recommendation 1, that Recommendation Report REC-05-2023, Re-West Lincoln Santa Claus Parade Event dated September 18, 2023 be received, and that Council approve the extension of the Recreation and Wellness Programmer contract from January 1st, 2024 to March 1st, 2024, funded through a transfer from the contingency reserve in the amount of $14,000. A mover and a seconder, please. Councilor Riley and Councilor Broderick. Any questions from members of committee regarding this? Councilor Broderick.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to the Director. Just a couple of questions. One is there a possibility that this position could explore during the remainder of the time of the extension any community partnerships that may be available in our community to enhance our recreation department and programming?
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor Broderick. Yeah, that would definitely be one of the work plan for this position. Now that if we're able to retain this position for a few more months, in addition to helping out with the Santa Claus Parade and other community events, that they'll definitely try to do some community engagement and improve on some connections that we currently have. Like, we do have some community engagement with the region, with early years and Crime Stoppers. We're starting to implement that this year. But yeah, that'll definitely be part of the work plan, is to pursue those types of community engagements. And that will help us, that would just help us provide better service to our members, or to our community. Yeah, that's definitely the plan.
That's great. As the council representative for the library board, it's something that's important to me that the library board looks for opportunities to partner with the recreation department. And we are this month in the process of our strategic plan meetings, and in hopes that will be something that can enhance both program deliveries, the recreation department and the library. So I'm glad to hear that perhaps somebody can help focus on that for a short period of time. I'm going to put my glasses back on to read my other notes. Is it possible for council to have, an approximate cost before any budget discussions on the cost of various events like the Santa Claus Parade? Some kind of an estimate on what does that really cost the township, especially if it's going to be something that's going to be more mitigated through a position, in the possibility of an ongoing position, Santa Claus Parade, the harvest routes, the Easter, and whatever else that I have missed.
Oops. Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bradwick. Yeah, when we present the 2024 budget, we break down the costs for all the operating costs for all those events. So we'll make sure that is clearly presented to council. And if we do put forward another full-time employee to help run these events and community engagement programs, we'll make that clear in the 2024 budget presentation, what each item and what each event, what the operating budget is. Yeah, we'll definitely be able to present that.
Okay, great. And my apologies for not putting that through the chair. That's all my questions.
That's fine. Any other members wish to speak on this? Councillor Riley.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the director, I just mentioned that I know this is a huge sigh of relief for the committee as the council liaison to the Santa Claus Parade. As you guys have all heard, from the chair herself, the amount of work that goes into organizing this and making sure everyone, who has their own role and responsibility is still doing it. It's tough when you're blending different careers and different jobs, different lifestyles. So my understanding from this report, this is just one part of the job. This person could be very universal with all the other events, and a majority of us campaign on trying to bring the community together and ensuring that we keep these events and festivities, live and well, and I think this is a really good step towards that. So thank you for the report and the recommendation, and I will relay that back to the committee, and I know they're going to be thrilled.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, Jessica, it's time for the vote. Well, tonight has been a total unanimous night. Other business, 10.1, item PW 19-23, members of council. Other business items of an informative nature that anybody wishes to bring up at this time. Seeing none, new business, note only for items that require immediate attention or direction and must first approve a motion to introduce a new item of business. Is there any members of committee that wish to do this? Seeing none, there are no confidential matters with regards to public works tonight, so this meeting will now be adjourned at 6:57 p.m. Nice and soft.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to tonight's second portion of the meeting, Administration, Fire, Finance. I am your chair, Jason Trombetta. This is meeting number 6. Comments from members of the public on the matter, please may be submitted to Jessica Dyson at westlincoln.ca before 4:30 on the day of the meeting. Comments submitted will be considered as public information and will be read into the record. The meeting is live streamed and recorded and available on the township's website. I'll start with our land acknowledgement statement. That the Township of West Lincoln, being a part of the Niagara region, is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in rich history of the First Nations such as the Hattaway-Wendourok, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in the Niagara region today. The Township of West Lincoln, as a part of the regional municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardships of the land in which we live. Members of the committee, is there any change in orders of item on the agenda? Any disclosure of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest? Seeing none, there are no appointments this evening. Anybody here to request any items on the agenda? I'll refer to our IT.
Not seeing any, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll head on to consent agenda items. Item A44-23. Recommendation, the Administration, Fire, and Finance Committee hereby approves the following consent agenda items. Items 1, 2, 3 hereby received for information, and items 4, 5, 6 be here received, and the recommendations contained therein. And I will read them out. Number 1 is the Mayor Youth Advisory Committee, minutes of July 5th, 2023. Information Report T25-2023, a financial update as of August 31st, 2023. An Information Report WLFD 14-2023, a monthly update of August 2023. Recommendation Report CAO 04-2023, a Christmas break holiday hours 2023. Recommendation Report T21-2023, tendering and purchasing policy update. And Recommendation Report T22-23, purchasing card policy. I need a mover for that. Anybody want to pull anything? No, just a mover and a seconder. So you'd like to pull something, Councillor Broderick? Sure.
Yes, number 4, please.
Okay, Councillor Broderick would like to pull number 4. So I need a, do you have that, Madam Clerk? Yep. So I need a mover and a seconder for the remaining items? Or for the remaining items? And I got Mayor Ganan and Councillor Chichuk. All those in favor of the remaining items? Oh, sorry. Yeah, my mistake. Who else do you need? Councillor Rayner, just do you accept the remaining items? He accepts them. Okay. And that carries for the remaining items except the one Councillor Broderick has pulled. Yes, second for Councillor Broderick to pull it. Yeah. So Councillor Broderick has pulled item number 4, is it? So I need a seconder for that. Okay, Councillor Riley. Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Broderick, the floor is yours.
Just a quick question for, and through you, Chair, to either the CAO or the Clerk's Department in regards to, I didn't see in the report on how this will be communicated to the public.
To Madam Clerk.
Thank you for the question. Through Chair Trombetta to Councillor Broderick, we typically do the pop-up on the website. This specific type of information wouldn't typically be shared. It would be what would be closed, so it would be our township administrative building, but we wouldn't share that regular operations at the Public Works Yard or Recreation Center would still be going. But again, this report is available online, even though it won't be specifically outlined, but our closure of the Township Administrative Building is posted.
Thank you. I think that through you, Chair, that's the most important part for the public, so that nobody's coming by to pay a bill or whatever during times when we're not open. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So is any more questions regarding pulled item number 4? Seeing none. Yep. It's going to come up. She's fixing the... No, she's just updating her notes here. Oh, okay. I'll come to you. As years go on, the computer screen seems smaller for us. Getting older. For me, at least. And you should see that in front of you shortly. There you are, members of committee. Ours, they did come up, yep. Yep.
Mine came up.
Okay, so the clerk. You got it, Jess, or are you just going to call? It's full support. And that carries. Okay. Moving on to communications, item A45-23, Judy Kelly, board member and committee member, resignation from the West Lincoln Library Board and West Lincoln Age-Friendly Advisory Committee. The recommendation that the notice of resignation received on August 23rd, 2023 and September 1st, 2023 from Judy Kelly, board member on the West Lincoln Public Library and committee member of the West Lincoln Age-Friendly Advisory Committee be received with regrets, and that a bylaw of 2023-05 being a bylaw for appointments to the West Lincoln Public Library Board be amended to remove Judy Kelly from Schedule A, and the bylaw 2023-03 being the appointment bylaw for boards and committees be amended to remove Judy Kelly from Schedule A. So I need a mover for this. I got Councilor Broderick and seconded by Mayor Ganan. Comments or questions to this board? Mayor Ganan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to speak to this. You know, Judy was an excellent member on the library board and actually on the Age-Friendly Advisory Committee as well for a great many years. But due to their various circumstances, health-related in their family, they've had to move outside of the community. Mm-hmm. And I just, sometimes this comes through and it's kind of very blanket statement, you know, remove somebody or with regrets. But this really is a with regrets situation, I think. She's been very instrumental in doing a lot of good work on that committee, both committees, actually. And I just thought I would take this opportunity to point that out.
That's good to know. Thank you, Madam Mayor. You're right. Sometimes we do see these, and at least some background helps with all these. Thank you very much. Anybody else want to comment to this? Seeing none, the vote will be in front of you shortly. And that carries. Moving on to staff reports, item A46-23, Director of Finance and Treasurer Donna DeFilippis, Information Report T23-2023, a 2024 budget process and schedule. The recommendation that Information Report T23-2023 regarding the 2024 budget process and schedule dated September 18th, 2023 be received for information. Need a mover for that? Councillor Chichuk, seconded. Councillor Rayner. Any comments or questions? Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wonder, at this time, I know it's preliminary, ready to start the 2024, which was done in February of this year. Will probably be about the same next year. I'm wondering if we should put a cap on what council is looking for with regards to a budgetary number. Way back when Councillor Katie Trombetta was mayor, they always came in around 0, 2%. It was never contentious. Budgets were done in 20 minutes and it was over. The last little while, they've always come in very high, and then we work hard to bring it down with option A, option B, option C. Each one of them drops at a certain percent until we get to a predetermined number, which we let the finance department know that we'd like to get to. That's a lot of work for staff. The CAO has mentioned that the staff has got a lot to do on their plate, and to go ahead and do this process again where they put everything, including the kitchen sink in, and then we've got to whittle it down, takes a lot of time from staff and takes a lot of time from counselors. So if we put a number in that we are looking for, I think it would be easier for staff to then pick the very most important things that are necessary in the budget, and then we could work towards that. It would save everybody, staff and counselors, a lot of time.
I got your question, your first question I got, and this is the schedule. I don't know where to turn the question to. I guess I know who to turn the question to, but this is schedule right now, so.
Well, and it's a schedule, but before they get started, that's all.
If it's appropriate, I'm just going to turn to the Director of Finance to answer your first question, but again, this is on schedule, so Director of Finance.
Yeah, through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Rayner. Thank you for the question, and it is something that other municipalities do. I've seen where they might request staff to come in at a 5% increase or 6% increase. You are correct. In the past few years, we have not had zero. I don't remember zero in my career here. We bring you, we start with a base budget, which typically is inflation or less than inflation, because we really do line by line. So if some budget lines don't have to increase, we don't increase them. Then there's a lot of different things that make up the budget, reserve transfers, staffing requests. That's why you see a more complicated budget, I'll say, and I'm going to admit it's more complicated. My job is to make it as easy to understand and as simple. That's why we have like 2 meetings. In the past, we never presented a draft budget. We used to just have one budget night where we would do it all. I don't know what to say. You could have a recommendation that we come in at a certain percentage. That report might show items that had to be cut or service level changes, I'm going to be honest with you, but you can direct us to do that. Another item you might want to consider is that this year, we're having a meeting in January just to present to council capital and staffing requests. Perhaps once you see that, you might want to give us further direction. It will be an information report, but of course, council can give us further direction if there's something at that point you see.
Okay, so.
Maybe it's premature.
Okay, so I got Councillor Chichuk, and then I got Councillor Riley.
Mrs. DeFilippis has had a long and industrious career here at the township, and if she can't remember, then I won't even try to remember if we've had zeros in a long time. But a lot of communities are paying the price for having 0 and 0 and 0, and having that the reserves are drained and that things can't be done. I have found that the budget, the way our staff presents it, is one that is very common now in the municipal sector, but being able to understand absolutely every one of the asks that our staff have is very enlightening to me, and I think to all of council. Having that come in at whatever percent it is, and then requiring some input from council to allow us to choose how and what we can see with their professional insight guiding us, but making the hard decisions together as we take that percentage down to something that is affordable and still responsible has been very important and very, very much, I think, a product of satisfaction. I may be cursing myself, but I didn't have one complaint about the budget this past year. Call it re-beginner's luck, but I would hate to see that we wouldn't toil and all work together to bring whatever percentage it is that is the total desire of our staff and council, and bring that down to something that we all agree to and vote for. So it would be, I think, premature to give a direction to our staff to say to bring it in at a certain level. Somewhere along the budget process, we may ask for it to come in at some number, but gosh, I would hate to see us do that now. we would stifle the entirety of our learning opportunity that we have. So I, for one, would be voting against that motion if it were to come forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Chichak. Councillor Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo Councillor Chichak's comments there. I think the thing is, for us to make any decision at this point without any process already underway would be not only premature, but just political theater. We know the budget is not written in stone. We're changing it, we're addressing it, we're adjusting it throughout the course of a year. So to make any kind of promises or guarantees would just be misleading the public when we have other matters that come up at a later time. So I fully agree with the councillor there. I guess my question through you to the director. So I'm seeing so we have January here. My understanding, and I obviously misunderstood, but I thought we were trying to bring this to closer to the end of the year, not the beginning of the following year. So we're going to be 2 months in before this budget is ratified. So I was kind of curious if that's ever a possibility. I know some municipalities are able to kind of get all their budget stuff sorted out before the end of the year or right at the very beginning of the new year, so they're kind of hit the ground running. And I was just wondering, is that ever going to be a possibility in West Lincoln, and see where the question or comment goes from there.
Yeah, through Chairman Trebetta to Councillor Riley, thank you for the question. We did have the budget approved once in December since I've been here, so it did happen once. Our goal, we're trying to improve. So last year, council did not have an opportunity to approve the budget until the end of March. We've been able to up it 1 month, so we have shown some improvement. I don't want to promise something next year that we may not be able to deliver to council. One item this year is because we're redoing our development charge background study. That work coincides with the budget work, so it's difficult this year. Okay. So I'm not going to say it's never going to be possible, but we do recognize the sooner this budget gets approved, the better it is for council and the better it is for staff. So it is acknowledged.
Okay, perfect. And I appreciate that because, by time that first, through you, Mr. Chair, by time that first tax bill or those 2 tax bills go out, we already had one payment schedule. That deadline is usually end of February, right? And so I really like to see us at some point getting that ahead, because people who plan their finances or on fixed income, whatever their situation is, like to know how to plan the year, and they don't want to have to figure out how they're going to have to make up the difference as the year unravels.
Through you, Councillor, Chair Trombetta to Councillor Riley, I just want to clarify something about that first tax bill that does go out. Even if the budget is approved in December, that first tax bill legislatively is only half of the previous year.
Okay.
So approving the budget would not change that. It would get information out sooner, but that tax bill legislatively, it has to be the way it is.
Okay, so that would just have no reflection there, but still having the information out then still prepares people to what to expect in that year, because at some point it needs to be made whole.
Yes, I do believe the sooner the better.
Okay, and if there's anything through you, Mr. Chair, lastly, anything that staff needs from council to help push this along to have it earlier, please let us know. I feel like we never get into these conversations, so we're already knee-thick into it. So I'd like to, if this is something that the staff needs assistance in, then just please reach out to council, because I'd like to see this done earlier than being pushed back into the following year.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Riley. Mayor Ganan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Further to what Councillor Riley just said, I think that this step, having this information about things that actually are locked into our 2024 budget, those pressures that are already there, is really an important first step. So I really appreciated the report that we have this early in the year, so that none of us can sit in January and say, well, we didn't remember such and such, or we didn't know about. It's in front of us early enough that we can all start thinking about those pressures that are already there. So I do thank staff for that. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Ganan. Councillor Broderick.
Just on the flip side of this, through you, Chair, to the Director of Finance, we see some of those pressures, but what we have used for the last couple of years has been the surplus from the year before to help allow us some flexibility with the budget process. Is there a prediction on that will be available to Council to give us an idea of what that might look like, if any, surplus?
Yeah, through Chairman Trombetta to Councillor Broderick, I can say that we will be have I'm projecting a surplus for 2023. I don't like to say what it could be at this point, just because we still have 4 months, things can happen. I'm quite sure it will not be as high as previous years. Our investment income is exceeding revenue. It should exceed it by approximately 400,000. But we do have some expenses this year that we didn't have last year, so I don't predict as much of a surplus as we had last year. I should have a better idea in November or December what that would be. And you are correct, that does impact the way we look at the 2024 budget, because it could impact our reserves and it could improve the amount we have to transfer to reserves. So it is a very important piece of information.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I was thinking in kind of opposite to Councillor Riley that even though having the process done early, there may be some missing pieces on that revenue side that will prevent us from having a knowledge of the whole picture. So I thought it was important to understand when we might have a better understanding of that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Broderick. Seeing no further questions, you'll see the vote up in front of you shortly. And that carries. Moving on, item A47-23, Director of Finance and Treasurer Donna DeFilippis, Recommendation Report T24-2023, Grants to Cemetery Boards. The Recommendation Report T24-2023 regarding grants to cemetery boards dated September 18th, 2023 be received, and that a cemetery grant of $1,719 per acre be approved for the 2024 budget year. Need a move for that? I got Councillor Chichuk, seconder. I got Mayor Ganan. Any comments or questions on that? Councillor Chichuk?
I've never seen staff report back to a councillor as quickly as this. Councillor Riley, not 5 minutes ago, said, if you have any information to make us know of what is going on in 2024, Shazam, we got it. There's our first piece of information for the 2024 budget.
Well said. Well said. Any other comments on the cemeteries? Mayor Ganan?
Yeah, just a quick one, Mr. Chair, through you. This is the fairest I've seen in many years. At least 20 years ago, I was involved for at least 12 years in applying for grants for the St. Luke Cemetery. And over the years, I've asked questions of how that's decided. And I know that a lot of it for many, many years prior to Donna's time was just based on whatever you applied for the year before, you got a portion of that. And then if you happen to apply that particular year before because you needed some extra work done, then you got a bigger portion. And it just always seemed to me unfair to smaller cemeteries. This is extremely fair to the cemeteries that we currently have and any that we need to take on in the future. So I think it's absolutely the right step in the right direction. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor Ganan. Any other comments or questions on this? Seeing none, you'll see the vote in front of you shortly. And that carries. Moving on, Acting Fire Chief Tim Hofsink, Recommendation Report WFLD 12/2023, West Lincoln Fire Station Site 2 Site Management. The recommendation that report WLFD 13/2023 regarding West Lincoln Fire Station 2 Site Management dated September 18th, 2023 be received, and that staff be authorized to proceed with partial demolition of the old fire hall with the building space comprised of the two northmost bays being retained for an indoor training space, and that the remainder of the building would be removed and the concrete floor pad retained and curbed as required. I need a mover for this. Councillor Riley, seconded. Councillor Broderick. Please note, councillors, before your questions, I know during our pre-agenda that Tim has a bit of a presentation, so I'd like him to do the presentation, and you can hold your questions till after his presentation. After the presentation. I'm not quite sure there'll be more. And whenever you're ready, Tim, you can go right ahead. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Chair Trombetta. I appreciate the opportunity to come in front of you tonight to present to you a little bit of a presentation on options that we have available in how we can manage basically the old fire hall, which is currently still in use for another short period of time. I've put just a 4 or 5 slide presentation together so that I can kind of outline the options that are available. We have, in my estimation, 2 options. Either option is excellent. We have basically the option to demolish the entire old fire hall, remove all the rubble, and leave the pad basically as parking and training space. The other option would be that we, excuse me, that we retain the 2 northernmost bays, demolish the remainder of it, and then that 2-bay space could be basically remediated a little bit to make it available for us, or continue to make it available to us for training. So I want to present these options to council. I hope that you can give it a good look and let me know what your preference is. I have put my staff recommendation on the report. Obviously, I understand council's direction on this is what we're here for. So I'll put my presentation up, and then hopefully we can kind of clarify what I hope to see out of this. So as I mentioned, Station 2 is nearing completion. We're probably, I'm hoping, it's been a long road, but I'm hoping that we're about 4 weeks away. Work was supposed to begin today on the installation of the natural gas meter, which is one of the elements that has really been holding things up. So that was scheduled to begin today. With that in place, the testing of all the mechanical systems in the fire hall should be underway soon, and that will sort of make things really move along much more quickly, because then all the processes that have been in the works, as far as getting the machinery installed and then tested, that all the testing and putting into service can really continue and get wrapped up. So that's what's referred, I guess, in the business as the commissioning of the building, and that's a process that can take some time. But that will be the next phase of the project. So we're at a sort of a good time to be looking at what we're going to do with the old fire hall. We have a building that's been standing since at least 1959. It's had its day, basically, is what it comes down to. We've been using it with good success, but it was never a purpose-built building. So in reality, that was a municipal yard. It's a concrete block building with a wood truss roof. And basically what we're kind of looking at is the possibility that we can take down the southernmost 4 bays and the office space and retain the 2 northernmost bays. So what we have been using that space for the past some years has been the storage of and use of some of our props that the firefighters use to simulate firefighting activities. So we're hoping that we are able to retain the space, because this provides us with an all-weather training space in which we can set up our props and retain them. And basically that's an opportunity that we currently have that with demolition we would lose. So we do train in our apparatus bays currently under poor weather conditions, but there are other things that we have to do in order to make that work, which include moving the trucks, setting the props up, taking them down, storing the props after they're done. So when we looked at the financials of the project, the new construction of Station 2, it was determined that, excuse me, either option could be funded completely under the scope of the new fire hall construction budget. So the fire hall options are basically these. Full demolition removal, as I said, was basically demolishing the entire building from front to back, trucking away the material, and then if there's a need, curbing the edges of the current facility in order that people don't drive over the edge and such. That would be that's option one. It's including, so the estimates that will be provided, they include the work of the demolition as well as removal of all the debris from the site. The second option is the partial demolition renovation of the two northernmost bays. So in this option, the office, conference room, kitchen, and the four southernmost bays would be removed from the site. The two northernmost bays would be retained, and then that roof flashing that goes around the top of the roof would be basically what the contractor said. They would be able to remove some of the flashing from the part that's being demolished, keep it, and then reflash the end of the retained section with that flashing. So here's a picture of the current fire hall, and you can see by the red line sort of there's if you were to see the building in person, you can see that this building was built in two stages with, I believe, the northernmost portion earlier and the southernmost later. But there is a bearing wall between those two portions. So where that red line is positioned, that wall is a load-bearing wall. So it lends itself quite well to the idea that we could take down the southernmost portion, and just basically capping the roof off, we'd be able to make use of that original outside wall. So the idea, as I mentioned earlier, of retaining these two bays, and they do currently have this equipment stored in them right now, and the firefighters were just recently in their training for this firefighter survival, search and rescue. We do some roof ventilation can be done in there. It really gives us a great option to continue to train even when the weather is poor. Another advantage is that this is local to our firefighters. So basically, we can have our equipment stored in here and used in here without our firefighters having to leave the municipality for training, as well as not having to use, say, our apparatus bays for that purpose. So here's the next slide. It says basically no setup or takedown of the props, mazes, smoke systems, roof props. So one of the evolutions that helps us to carry out our training effectively is we have an artificial smoke machine. We're able to set that up in this facility and create an environment that simulates a smoky environment for firefighters to train in. It's a very low hazard way of training in the sense that there is no fire, the smoke is non-toxic, and it avoids any sort of difficulties that may come from a non-purpose sort of used facility if we were to use smoke in those facilities. If we were to be training in this section, like I said earlier, we can maintain our units in service in West Lincoln, and that allows us, if we do receive a call during our training sessions, that our firefighters are able to respond in West Lincoln from West Lincoln. The training space is available for us in poor weather, so whether it's winter or it's raining, whatever, we are able to train in that portion as well. So I mentioned the artificial smoke to simulate operations a little earlier on. That's a valuable tool. So we were able to purchase that smoke machine a few years ago on a grant, and it really does help to simulate the types of environments that our firefighters do have to operate in. Because our firefighters are volunteer firefighters, we only have a limited amount of time available for these people to train. So at this point in time, we, under normal conditions, when it's not our recruit training, it's just our standard maintenance training, we have 2 hours a week that's available for firefighter training. And having this space available for us allows us to maximize that time. So we don't have to leave the municipality if we were to go elsewhere for training. And, you know, that, like I said, the setup and teardown time is reduced. We don't have to move apparatus out of the bays in order to operate that way. So it does save us some time. This is something that's also being done in other municipalities. Our neighbors in Lincoln use a portion of a municipal yard and a part of their retired out of use Station 2 for the same purposes. So this is a relatively common thing to do. And like I said, I want to make clear that it's an opportunity for us to continue to use something that has value to us today. But of course, this is the decision of council that we're looking for here, just to decide which direction we should go with this process. So that's the nuts and bolts of our thought process on this fire hall. It is, like I said, it's just basically the time of the project in which we basically do need a decision as to what direction council would like to take us on the demolition, as we do have contractors on site that are able to do this job for us now. That doesn't mean it has to be done now, but it is an option that's available to us currently, so.
Okay, thank you, Chief Hofsink. Appreciate that presentation. So I have Councillor Riley who prompted me first, and I saw Councillor Bells, I saw Mayor Gannon. So I think I'm going to go, since you prompted me first before he presented Councillor Riley, so then I'll start from left and then work my way right. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to our Deputy Fire Chief, thank you. That definitely filled in some blanks for me. I guess the three questions I still have there, and one was just prompted primarily on discussing the limited volunteer time you guys have. And so through you, Mr. Chair, am I understand, so when someone has to travel outside the municipality, that goes against the amount of time that they can actually put in? Is that like a budgetary requirement? Is that some kind of regulation? So if I'm a volunteer firefighter and I'm given 2 hours and I lose a half hour there and a half hour back, am I understanding that's only 1 hour that you guys essentially have with that individual?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Riley. That's correct. Our Wednesday training nights run from 7:30 to 9:30. There are drills occasionally that will run less than 2 hours, and there are some that run a little more than 2 hours. So there is a degree of flexibility there, but we do have to respect the lives of our volunteer firefighters as well. And when we've stated for them that their training times are between 7:30 and 9:30, we certainly do try to respect that.
That's wonderful. That's good to know. I guess the other question I have, 2 more questions. So to the best of your knowledge in its current condition, without it being we'll say renovated, or that one portion of it being demoed. So do you see the use of this facility lasting greater than, let's say, like 25 years? Is it stable enough? Is it safe enough to use it for what you intend to use it for any great period of time? Because I'll just let you know, my only concern would be 3 years from now we find out, oh, it's not what it is, and we have to go pay more than $15,000 difference to remove that remaining portion. Let's say it's another $115,000. I mean, it's a lot different if it's 5 or 6, or we know costs go up in time. I just kind of want to know, as far as projection goes, what you think the life of that remaining portion could look like, and if you had any idea what that extra demo could ballpark in.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Riley. Thank you for the question. I can't speak to that personally, but there was an building condition asset report performed on that facility in 2020, and it outlined the general condition of the structure, which was in decent condition. So the built-up roof was new, I believe, in 2016. But as far as any load on the building, it's really a low impact type of use that we're going to have for it. So the facility would not have heat or hydro, it wouldn't have any plumbing in it, and we wouldn't be attaching any heavy loads to the roof structures or anything of that nature. So being such a simple building, it's basically a block wall sitting on a concrete pad with a built-up wood roof. It's a relatively simple structure, and following some conversations with the Director of Finance and the CAO today, there was some conversation about what sort of things might happen when that structure does come to end of life, whether it would be replaced or whether it would be, simply just demolished and no longer replaced. I think this is, as I mentioned earlier, this is an opportunity for us to continue to use it. As far as how long that would be, I couldn't put a number to it, but I can tell you that, you know, from the condition of the building overall, I would estimate that it's relatively a fairly reasonable period of time, I would say. I think it's worth it for us at this point to maintain it because the cost difference, I think, makes it valuable, as well as the value to the firefighters.
Okay.
So I'm sorry I can't give you a more direct answer on that. I understand it is a roundabout thing. It's just something that's a little bit difficult for me to put a number to.
Yes, and I get that, and I get the, you know, the potential of speculation there. So I guess the last thing I have here, maybe I just didn't see it here, but this, you know, my understanding too with part of that area is there's also the storm drainage. And I'm wondering, make sure, and I think I probably know the answer to this, but besides maybe throwing an extra pane of coat on that building, is there anything else we should be aware of with that property that could come back later and impact it in some way by leaving that structure up? And I'm more specifically talking about drainage at this point. Does that impact what the original, and I don't have it in front of me, but what the original engineer report would have looked like, where the drainage needed to be mitigated to ensure it doesn't come back?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Riley, thank you for that. As far as I am aware, the site plan was approved with both structures in place. So I believe that all of the drainage questions will have been addressed within the site plan. I don't have that as 100% fact, so I can't speak to it directly, but when the planning process was put in place, it was with that building there completely. So, you know, when the original site plan was put together, it was with that structure there. So with most of it gone, it wouldn't be a stretch, I think, to imagine that it would be similar to the whole thing being there, as far as the drainage of that property would go.
Okay, and then Mr. Chair, maybe through you to our CEO, if they could verify at some point, don't need an answer tonight, to ensure that the drainage was part of that, because I don't recall that portion off the top of my head. That was several years ago or a few years ago. So maybe, unless she has an answer now, if that could just be confirmed. I have no problem supporting this, and certainly I see the value that you see in it as well. I just want to make sure we've done our due diligence here.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Bell?
Just a couple of quick questions, Tim. End of life, you partially addressed it, and I know it's hard to put an end of life on that structure, but 10 years maybe? Would you see being a reasonable estimation of life?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Bell, I would be pleased if we got 10 years of service out of that facility.
Okay, sounds reasonable. And I understand there's no heat in that end of the building for the winter or anything? No, go ahead.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Bell, there is currently one tube heater in there. It was installed as a measure to ensure that our reserve truck, which is currently stored in one of those bays, was prevented from freezing over the winter. But we don't have an intention of maintaining that heater. While we do intend to train there over the winter, most of what we do is going to be in our bunker gear, so our firefighters are well protected from the elements anyways, but, you know, we can keep the doors closed, and as long as we're out of the elements, that really helps a great deal. And heat wouldn't really be necessary for the types of things that we would keep in there. They would not be sensitive to temperature.
And I guess my last question would be that because of what we want to use it for, I'd like to see, excuse me, I'd like to see Tim possibly get a contractor to come in there and address the area that he would like to use for a training facility. And yes, it's going to cost us money, but I believe in the long run, we're going to save a lot of money by doing training within our own facilities. And it doesn't have to be anything fancy. I'm not talking about installing showers, but making them bays, excuse me, reasonable to use for the guys, that they could do it. So, you know, that's something I'd like to see done, is go in there and have a look at it, see what kind of heat we need in there, so they can use it year-round, summer and winter, and do training in there, you know. I know what he's saying, you really don't need it with the trucks, but we're gonna put people in there, and we wanna, you know, if we can train them in there in a good fashion, and I'd like to see that done. And if that's possible, that would be my biggest ask, is to ask the chief to get somebody in to have a look at the building, give them the intentions, what we'd like to do with it, and give us a reasonable estimate, and then bring it back to us and see if we could do something like that. Because we don't have a training facility per se. It's a bit of an opportunity here to have one, and the guys from Station 1 would also be able to go out there and use it as required. So if that's possible, that's my ask of council, to ask Tim to go back and do that for us. Okay, that's good.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bell. Yeah, Councillor Broderick, anything?
Through you, Chair, to I'm not really sure who. During the process, if it is the will of council to demolish the portion of the building that has been suggested, and I'll direct my question to you, Chief, who would oversee that demolition? You know, I think about construction, you know, renovating homes and demolition of walls, et cetera, and all of a sudden there's a problem that crops up, and, you know, perhaps maybe going forward with this plan as it sits now becomes very problematic during the demolition process. How would that look, and how would we be alerted to now this plan isn't looking like it was supposed to?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Braddock, thank you for the question. So the project would be overseen by our current project manager from Niacon, and they are the company that has provided us with the estimate. So the site supervisor would be on site as they are currently for the build, and they could provide us. We meet bi-weekly to get updates on the current construction, and we would presumably meet to, you know, discuss how things are going with that project as well. Additionally, I ensured that the pricing that we did get for these two options were fixed all-in costs. So the likelihood that we're going to see any changes to these costs is very low, because the agreement is that they are fixed all-in prices.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Councillor Broderick. Mayor Ganan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So bear with me, because you know already, Chief, that I have been awake a good portion of the night going over that and trying to look at this from as many different angles. Many of my questions, thanks to staff and everyone else, were answered today. But I still have some concerns. So just a couple of things for clarification. So one of the things you just mentioned is that the estimate was provided by Niacom, and it's in the budget. It was in the budget. But was it in the original RFP? Was that demolition cost included in what went out, or have you been able to negotiate that due to the fact that it sort of fits within the nearly $4 million budget that we have?
Through you, Chair, to Mayor Ganan. If it's okay, I'd like to pass this question to our Director of Finance.
Absolutely.
She was a part of the budget process where I had limited involvement in that portion of it. So if I could pass that to Donna, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Mayor Ganan. So when Tim became deputy acting fire chief, we sat down because there was a learning curve, because the fire chief, as we all know, was not available. And to our knowledge, the tender did not include demolition, but the contingency that was added did. So the overall budget envisioned a demolition. It was not included, as far as we can see, in the actual RFP.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, because we've been around and around and around that, and it first, you know, it wasn't, and then it was, and I really do appreciate that. So part of my dilemma with all of this is that if in front of us tonight you've presented a really good case for something, and I don't deny that, we, as council, if we decide that enough is enough, $4 million, a 20-year debenture that the residents are going to be paying for, a good portion of their lives is going to go towards paying for this because of the cost increases, which have no fault, nothing to do with the fire department, and I'm not laying blame. I'm just saying those are the circumstances. So if we now reach this point where we say, okay, this is really too much, then we sort of look like we could be, I don't want to say accused, but it insinuates that we are not supporting our fire department. And we all know that there's nothing further from the truth. You're supported well. Nobody along the way ever doubted the need for this fire hall. So when I look at that, then I think the flip of the coin is the fire department could be made to be looking inadequate in some ways through this discussion, simply because of the planning process. And if it was that important that training facility be included, that should have been part of the early discussions, and it was not. We all drank the Kool-Aid, so to speak, about how bad that facility was, and did not doubt for a moment that the need was there. And so now, when part of it can be salvaged, it reminds me a little bit, quite honestly, of what happened with our old arena, and the fact that there was a group who came forward at the 9th hour wanting the old arena to be saved, and didn't really consider the fact that it would then be an asset that had to be managed by the township, and had increased costs that went with that. So I just kind of hesitate here about the rest of my questions, but I do I need to ask them. So if this is turned down, and I'm not presuming one way or the other, could this training still go on? Like, we're not spending $4 million to house trucks, obviously. That had to be in mind, that would also be used for training. So is that a possibility?
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Mayor Ganan. The training will continue regardless, absolutely. The type of training that we do is legislated in a number of different ways, and we are required by law to carry that training out. So whether we have a dedicated facility for that purpose or we have a workaround of some sort or another, we are going to carry out that training. That's absolutely for certain. What I am looking at when I think about this is an opportunity to take advantage of something that we still currently have with very little loss. And I do appreciate that the project that we have undertaken with the new fire hall is a costly one. The process of deciding what to do with the old fire hall was one that I engaged in basically when I was in this acting role, and I realized at that point that there was an opportunity here for us to look at the possibility of salvaging it. It was not really put into the original project. I don't really think that the idea had actually come up. And as a result, while we were going through the process of building it and we were using this northernmost area of the old fire hall for training, I at some point kind of realized that that would be a loss when we do have to take that building down. So at that point, I started working on a proposal in which we look at the possible salvaging of those two bays rather than the demolishing of the entire facility. So I know that's a bit of a long way around, but at the end of it, yes, we certainly are able to do the training. It's really, I think, about taking advantage of something that's currently available with I think, relatively limited risk. Obviously, with an older facility, there will be risk there, and there may be some maintenance that will be required. I'm not certain. But, the main portions of the old fire hall that really required attention were the facilities in which theory training could be taken place, which was on the south end, and the office space area, as well as some of the bay areas are pretty rough as well. So the north end of the fire hall was used only in a limited capacity for the actual response firefighting, because that's a very large building, and the one that we're putting up now has less bay space than the old one did. So that's kind of what led me to the process of saying, hey, what if we looked at, salvaging that end piece as something that we are currently using that we could continue to employ as a valuable asset for us.
Well, I commend you, through you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing that opportunity. It's very late in the process, and the current site plan, of course, that we agreed to by council, that council approved, does state demolition. So we would be going back on something that we've already approved if we make this change now. But I'll stop for now, but thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Gannon. Councilor Rayner, anything? No. Councilor Chichak?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak, and I hope that is appreciated by all my colleagues on council. I would like the opportunity to speak to this item and not be chastised. Something just came to light when the discussion was taking place, and that is that that the item was not included in the tender. And if I follow this understanding correctly, to go to Nikon would be in contravention to our purchasing bylaw because it had not been tendered. So we would have to get, we understand it would cost $130,000 for the entire facility to get knocked down, or $115,000 for just the not so much part of it. So it would be here that if it wasn't in the proposal or the RFP, we would have to tender the demolition again. And there are demolition companies out there that will demolish buildings that are specialists in demolition, not construction. So I ask if, and it just came to light just as our acting chief was speaking, that do we not have to tender that? It's a separate item. It's in the budget, but it wasn't in the tender. So it needs to be tendered. Am I correct? I'm sorry, but that's what you said. I'm just rephrasing what it...
To Director of
I'm
Finance.
sorry, Mr. Chairman. Through you.
No, through you, Chairman Trebetta, to Councillor Chichak, you bring up a very valid point. I suppose if we're bringing the demolition and partial demolition to council.
Yep.
If council were to change the recommendation to demolish, because council's approving it, I think in terms of the purchasing policy, it may be okay. I'd have to look up the purchasing policy and read it right now, actually, to make sure I'm not telling you the wrong thing.
Right.
You are bringing up a valid point, because to our knowledge, we do not see it in the tender. We didn't see it in there.
I'm trying, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not trying to be obstreperous. I just heard that, and I just wrote it down because of what you're saying. So if it's not been tendered, we require 3 quotes. And there are other companies out there that specialize in demolition. So to come up with a price, I don't care which way we're going. This has nothing to do with that. On the face, we are now required to tender the demolition or partial demolition in order to get a fair price for whatever we choose to do. Because either that, or you tell me that it was in the other tender and there was an amount included. That's all I was looking at. And seriously, I just got that tonight.
Yeah.
So
yes.
Without that, Mr. Chair, I don't want to put the Director of Finance on the hot seat, but I think we need to have further discussion on this. Let the staff go back and come back to us. And I would think so. I don't think we have the right to approve yes or no. And I'm not trying to be a technicalities. I just don't want somebody coming to us and saying, well, what did you give it to a contractor that is constructing, when I can give you 3 names off the top of my head that are demolition specialists that didn't get an option. So that was my first question. I'm happy to leave that until next time. Back some time ago, and I was privileged with the chair to have a discussion about the condition of the building. And I just want to make sure, I did not get an answer on the CBO. I did get an answer tonight. It was that 2020, a building in good condition existed and that money was spent on a roof. But I don't have an understanding from an expert, which I am not trying to be, about what it was that the building, the site of the building, and the building being used in a new configuration with no heat. And the reason I say that is, in my life, I've had a block building, and the minute you turn the heat off, whether in our climate, without heat, humidity and freezing rain and freezing and thawing does get into the block in between and it falls apart. So whether this building has a 5-year life, a 2-year life, a 20-year life, that building will eventually have a decay leveled upon it by just the environment in which we live. That's not about global warming, I'm just saying it. And like our recreation people suffered at the arena, years of not paying attention to that brought huge cracks. And we were forced to demolish something that may have had an extended life if possible. So I don't want to put our staff here, Mr. Chairman, at question of what it is, but building on what Councillor Bell said, I would like to know what it would cost us over the next 5 years to have this building stay, because I understand this is an opportunity, but an opportunity is only an opportunity if we know the other side of the consequence. And I support doing good things for good people like our volunteers, but I want to know if we're better off, because in 2 years or 5 years, if the building were to decay, our guys would be back in our brand new fire stations, because our fire stations are in pretty good shape. And I understand that whole thing about setting it up and taking it down, which is a problem. But without the information on the state of the building and what would happen if that building was used without heat or was to remain, I know a barn can sit there for 100 years, but that's a different story. This is a block building without the support of the infrastructure to keep it warm, dry, and cooling, at one temperature as the temperature goes up and down. So I didn't get that answer, and I would, since you're going back to talk about the demolition, I'd really like to know if our CBO could tell us the information on what the state of the building is, in their estimation, whether it would possibly be facing a condemning. I'd hate to say, sure, we're going to let the firefighters go out there and play. Sorry, I asked you once before if it was like a paintball place, and I meant that way in that terminology. But to be in that building only to find out the structure is not sound. So if we're going to go that way, we need to have some information. And the information has to be something from someone that knows structural soundness. So either an engineer's certificate, which I think I brought up before, or the CBO giving us a state of soundness of the building and what would be expected. Not what would happen, but what could be expected, taking out all of the heating and water, et cetera, elements out of the building in Ontario's weather, so that we know that it's going to last or it's not. Or we're going to be facing, again, in 2 years' time, like our roads. Mr. DiPaolo said tonight, if we don't do this now, it's unlikely we're going to make it through another frost in winter. So if it happens there, pardon me, I'm not getting choked up. If it happens there, I don't want to be facing this, and I don't want, as the mayor pointed out, another asset to have to try and remedy or to say, we're giving up and we're going back to Station 1 or Station 2. I just want those answers. I'm not looking for a defense. I'm not trying to curb this. I'm just not ready to make a decision without knowing that we do or we don't have the cost of demolition, so we are talking about something, or that we do or we don't have an engineer giving us the structural soundness or the CBO. I want to help you, the acting fire chief, and your guys, but I want to do that after I have the answers from the appropriate professionals. So, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Chichuk. So I have Councillor Riley for a second time, and
Sure.
then I have Councillor Bell. I'm going to open up for one more round of questions. I'm quite sure maybe Councillor Chichuk prompted some more questions.
I'm sorry, they prompted me.
And they prompted to you, which that's the way it goes. So I'm going to prompt it to, sorry, not prompt. I'm going to go to council one more time, and then I'll finish it off with the CAO, and then I will finish off with some comments. So I got Councillor Riley, and then I got Councillor Bell. Go ahead, Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess first I want to mention something that I certainly always appreciate when Councillor Chichuk provides her expertise and insight. I'm not too sure who her comment was directed towards earlier, but I am very grateful that she brought the concerns and issues forward that she had. It wasn't necessarily directed at anyone, I think, on this side of the table, but something must have happened that prompted that. Anyways, so through you, Mr. Chair, to our Director of Finance, if she's the right person to ask. When it comes to, I've seen it before, when it comes to dealing with roads, we sometimes come into a situation where we come under budget with a road, and in that situation, we're able to get a little bit more bang for a buck if we're able to extend it a little bit or not. And I feel like sometimes we get a report back, kind of not necessarily, I guess a little bit close to like after the fact, like staff been able to work within what they had. So if maybe we could just get some clarity on whether or not what our common practice has been, because I get what we have here, a situation where if it was not included in the original tender, then it definitely becomes an issue that we have to go out there. But I guess the other side I'm trying to understand is what is the actual risk if we were just to be efficient and give this to this tender? They're already hands deep into this, knee deep into this. What liability risk does that actually pose to the municipality in terms of not going to tender? And so I guess I'm just trying to figure out the difference between when we deal with a public works matter versus now a structure that's, belongs to the fire department.
Director?
Either or.
So thank you very much, through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Riley. Maybe one way to look at it would be sometimes with the road work, and they're linear, and they're costed by length of road rather than a whole job. So sometimes when we're able to do a little bit more, we're able to use the same costing mechanism to extend it. In this case, I've sort of looked it up, and it is under our policy of tendering and purchasing policy of 4.4 on over 100,000 that we'd have to go out to tender. And just barely, yeah. But it's been in our report, and I think in terms of prudence, I think it would be wise to carry on, but I will take the advice of others as well.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because again, I wanted to make sure this is a situation, if we need to do it a certain way, we got to do it correctly, we got to do it right. At the same time, I hate to see this hold up. And I did want to mention, as well, as we've been talking about here, for those who are watching or those who are reporting on this, when we first had this brought to our last term, I know this has been the work for many years, what final budget that we're essentially ending on was not at all what we originally approved, and it's changed over time and inflation and everything else. So I'm not surprised that the demo portion might have gotten lost in the mix. I guess the question really comes down whether it was a part of it at all, at any part of it, as it increased, or when we went to do that first increase, if that's where we lost it. I don't know. I do feel like, if this was never a part of it, then I feel like that was a little short-sightedness, and maybe, that's something we have to live and learn and do better in the future, but I certainly get that. And so anyways, thank you for your question. I think that's all my comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Bell?
I've been sitting here listening, just seems to be so many things that are wrong with this fire hall. Bits and pieces keep coming back and removing it. I'd like to see it just right at the moment, put on hold. Let's get a wish list together, work with the fire department, see what it is that we really want, what we really need out there. Let's get it together and put it out for tender and get it done right. Because the way it's going now, you can see it down the road. We're gonna build it. Oh, hell, we gotta add this to it. We gotta do this to it. And I just think it's really worth our while at this stage. Let's withdraw a little bit. Let's talk with the fire department and Tim, council. Let's see what it is we really need out there. Let's get some real prices and bring it forward, and let's do it once, and let's do it right. That's my own personal feelings, and I'm sure there's other people that feel the same way. And Tim, that's no reflection on you, okay? But this has been on the table for so long, it just keeps changing as we go. We're learning things as we go, and I just think we need to step back and let's do it right once and for all. That's my ask of the council tonight, is to let's pull this back and let's do it right.
Okay.
Sorry, Tim.
Thanks, Councillor Bell. Anything else? I'm not, if you don't have, Mary, anything for a second time?
Just very briefly, I sort of agree with what all three of you have said in the last three speakers in terms of that. This changed greatly. From when we approved it in 2020 at 1.88 million, it's now just $50,000 shy of 4 million. That's more than double the cost. So if we're going to have other deficiencies that are going to come forward, maybe this stop time is a time to really look at outstanding things and have a real hard look at it and decide what we can afford, remembering that we're dealing with taxpayer dollars, and they are already, in spite of its deficiencies, paying an extra big portion on their future tax bills.
Okay,
So,
thank you. Look to this side. Anybody else? Any further questions? Councillor Chichak.
I just need to apologize. Tim, I was not trying to bring this up as a surprise. It was from your own very words that I got the idea about it wasn't included. So, and to you, Donna, it just struck me. So, and I don't want, and I think Councillor Bell says it well, I don't want to have a list of deficiencies muddled by then somebody from the public suggesting this has now become a whole Megillah. It doubled in price in the past number of years as we thought about this. I would think that we would want a separate tender. I would vote for one if it was put on the table tonight or any night, because a builder might see it prudent to remove something to give him advantage in being able to build something more for us. So I would say that if the tender wasn't received, we would be getting close to the line where people could say we are not following our policy, but I leave that to another night. The other thing that what I would like to do, and I follow on Councillor Bell, so I won't belabor it too much, and that is that with all the money that was spent on that beautiful new building, which I guess I look at, but I would love to see from the inside when it's done, I would hate to see it besmirched by a building of such age and vintage. And someone actually asked me if that other building was actually coming down, because they felt, why would you spend $3.9 million on this beautiful building only to have this shed here? So, I don't know that we've thought through the actual idea that it would have on other people. So if we had to come up with something else, or if we had to put a facade on it, that would make everybody crazy. It might save the building from freezing and falling apart, but if we could find another place or an opportunity to put up a Quonset hut or something that would last and not look as bad, it might be a consideration we might have if we found out the real demolition prices. And that, I think, is where I've come to tonight, Mr. Chair, not where I've been, but I'm sorry that I'm here, and I'm sorry I'm causing you frustration and more work. Okay. But I think in the long run, like Councillor Bell said, let's get to one time doing it well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chichak. I'm going to just go to, I think we all know where this is kind of going, Councillor Bell. I think we have an idea. So I'm just going to end it with Go ahead, and then I'll wrap it up.
So I'd like to see Tim go back, put together his wish list of a fire hall, what he would like to see as a fire hall. We have standards, I understand, and bring it back to council so we know what is it we need out there, out in Station 2, and get an idea from the professionals, I mean, Tim's the professional, we're the council, we're going to direct this, I get that. So I'd like to hear his thoughts on it, so that when we do move forward and if we do approve putting a new station there, we've got some input for the bid and going forward, and hopefully Tim could work with staff putting the bid together to send it to a contractor.
Okay, so I can see where the conversation's headed.
So, Mr. Chair, without further ado, I'd like to put forward a motion that we refer this back to staff for the additional information that has been brought out through the questions of committee, and that they report back to us at the next admin meeting.
Okay, so I'll hold that. I think we're just going to finish it off with, I think the Madam CAO had a comment, and then I will finish mine. But
so
I will
at the appropriate time, I'll put that forward, perfect. If that be your pleasure, sir.
Usually you do that all the time.
I know, so. I just forgot that other part. Okay. I apologize.
So I just wanted to do a bit of clarification, just so that we know exactly what we're working on to bring back. And it's, so what I'm hearing is that you would like sort of an assessment of the stability of the building if it didn't have the heat and water and hydro. And also an assessment if it did have those, so we'd know what would be required for ongoing operations of it and length of service of the building. Is that sort of summarized?
By professionals.
By professionals, okay. And I also just wanted to talk a little bit about the timing and the budget increase that did take place, because I do recall that it did go up very, very quickly, and it was always considered part of the COVID timing. And so our timing wasn't the best, but we now have a beautiful new fire station that's almost ready for commissioning, and then we were really watching the deficiencies list and the contingencies to make sure that there was adequate funding to make sure that all the critical pieces were taken care of, and we're in good shape that way. So this is, and I think from Tim's perspective, we had a builder on site that could do demolition, but I think it's absolutely right that if we're against a tendering policy, we need to do exactly what we need to do.
Okay.
So that I just wanted to make sure that we were all clear.
Okay, thank you, Madam CEO. I'll just finish it off, Council. First and foremost, Tim, I'd like to thank Tim for acting Deputy Fire Chief. He got handed this. He wasn't a part of these discussions in Council when we started, and he had to step in and fill that role, and it's not easy. So, from myself and from all Council, Tim, thank you for stepping in, especially when it comes to changes and, questions that you weren't a part of. It's not easy, but to let Council know that Tim has been nothing more than transparent through our pre-agenda meetings with myself and Councillor Chichuk, with Director of DeFilippis there. He's been upfront. He's asked the appropriate questions to us as Council and how to bring it forward to members of Council, and I think he's done nothing but a good job of stepping in a tough role to step into. Council does raise some great questions here. We do have to answer to the public, because they're going to ask why, and I think this, going back, gives us some time to get those why questions before, and especially I know in, being in Ward 1 as well, especially that fire hall there, that we do get a lot of calls, and Tim knows that I get a lot of calls from firefighters and ex-firefighters and residents and all that kind of stuff and what's going on. So I think this, going back, will help answer the questions. It's good to get this conversation going, and I'm glad to see that Council has asked the appropriate questions, and it has made us more transparent in this process. So, leave it to be said, Director of Finance.
Thank you, Chairman Trombetta. I know there was a mention of a report coming back in a month, but I do think that staff should be doing the tender now for partial and full demolition, because either way, that's one of those things have to happen, and to delay it, if we wait a month to say we're going to do a tender, then Council has to wait another month to get the results. So I think it would be best if staff goes ahead and does the RFP tender for demolition or partial demolition.
Do you need that on the recommendation?
I would think not. It's got to be, it's an action that needs to be, it's an action that needs to be undertaken, and it'll have to be done carefully, because if we're going out to professional demolition companies, our current company has already has shown their hand at what it would cost them. So they're going to want to know what a professional demolition company is going to charge. We might as well get it out there.
Okay. So this is the appropriate time that you can put your motion forward, and I will prompt the clerk to maybe write it, unless she has it written already.
In English.
Through you, Chair Trombetta, based on the discussion, I did put forward or draft up a recommendation. Within this recommendation, I did provide the 3 quotes for tender, just to be clear on staff direction. Just the tendering, just the RFP.
An RFP, request for proposal.
Request for proposal. So I did put that in this recommendation. I can remove it if Donna thinks it's just easier to remove, but.
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, this was an oversight on my part, and I apologize. It doesn't need to be a recommendation. It needs, we know what we have to do. We have a policy. We need to follow it. So I don't even think it needs to be in the recommendation.
That's fine. Then we'll just send, well, again, it's Councillor Chichuk has a motion that she wants to refer it back to staff. If she wants to add anything, then the motion's yours, Councillor.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I feel badly about tonight is that it just came to my attention as we were sitting here. This is not anyone's fault. With the number of people that changed hands and the council that changed hands, this is not something to die on a hill for or to do mea culpas about. Please don't take it as that. You two do a great job for this community, and we are where we are, and we're going to fix it. No damage has been done. So please don't take it as that, because that's not, I don't think my friends around the horseshoe are thinking that at all.
No.
So now is the proper time, as you say, through you, Mr. Chair, to our director, now's the proper time for you to do it, and you don't need to be told to do it. You do it, and if we decide to go ahead with what you find, we still have the option of not accepting it or going forward with a demolition or partial demolition. So as far as I'm concerned, tonight was an exploratory thing, and I'm happy to just please let nobody go home feeling that that it's their fault.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Councillor Chichuk had a motion. She needs a seconder for that motion. Okay, Councillor Riley. Referral. Correct, yeah.
Yes, but we still have to go back to the original to carry it.
Got it.
So this will be a vote first on the amendment? Councillors, it's in front of you. Everybody get, okay. And the original motion? And that carries, yep. Mm-hmm. And it's in front of you again, Council. The original motion.
So I don't.
Wait a minute, I don't understand this.
This is the original motion that was moved and seconded.
So
Should we have to defeat?
So-
No, you approve it in order for the referral motion to be moved forward.
because this is.
But it does, yeah, it does say
Exactly,
authorized to proceed. See part two?
But it's still referred, but that's still carried, sorry. We're still referring. Sorry.
Through you, Councillor Trombetta, to members of council, this is still being referred. So the second motion, the referral motion, trumps the original. So it's saying that original motion is being referred back to staff. So all of this isn't being.
Wouldn't this, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councillor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the clerk, I think in the past, and this might, I'm going to trust that you know what you're talking about here, but I just know from past experiences, we've had it where it's often been as amended. And so this is the first time where we have something where, at least even from the public eye and understanding, if someone were to read this straight, this looks like we're actually supporting or opposing number two, the suggestions that are being made there, and nowhere in this recommendation doesn't reference the referral. So should there not be a third option as amended?
It's the same, sorry, through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Riley. It's ideally the same type of concept. So in the minutes, you will see the original motion, and then after where it says carried, it says referred, or carried as referred, and
Okay.
at the bottom, that will be the referral motion that says carried. So that
Okay.
referral motion will all be in the same section, so it's very clear, but we have to move the original motion in order to.
So by
Refer
supporting
to the
this,
second one.
supports the original, the amended motion?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Just make sure it's.
Councillor Chichuk?
Do we have to do we have to carry this motion? Or if we voted no to this motion and gave our second motion, which is the referral motion,
Works the
that's
same
what
way
I would
as well.
expect to do. I'm going to vote no because I don't want this ever to show the night light
It's
day.
the original, oh, sorry, through you,
Oh,
Chair
sorry.
Trimble. I'm just letting you know that this is the original motion.
So I'm gonna
So
vote
it,
against
it would be like an amending motion, where if you were to lose the first one, the whole thing would be lost. It's a referral, so that the whole purpose of a
Can-
referred,
I think for the will of council, can we write in this motion as amended?
if,
As-
it wouldn't be a third, but yes, if you wanted to be.
I think it would make for the way I could see the conversation going, can we write in there, this motion as amended?
Yes,
Thank you.
at the top, I could put that. So hold on one moment. I'll cancel the vote.
If that's okay, council?
I don't know if, oops, sorry.
Because I get where they are coming from. It does look like we are accepting it the way it is, Jess, and I think they, and I have sat here for a few terms, and it does need to be defeated, and we've defeated it because it does, because if we're accepting it, that means, I know we're accepting, it shows that we're still accepting it the way the motion comes, but we're accepting it for staff to come back for giving options on it, but it doesn't mean we have not accepted to approve the demolition yet.
Right, that's why it says carried as, or referred as.
But all we refer to is going, and I'm getting where they're coming, there says going back to staff, but when we say going back to staff, it also means that we are in agreeance all of the demolition. It's the wording on this, like, with, like, we're, and it's authorized to proceed with partial demolition, right? So that's where we haven't agreed to partial demolition. We
Right.
just referred to it to staff.
Yes.
So it's a little, I guess it's a bunch of the wording. Councilor Rayner, go ahead. We don't want to just,
Yes, but discussion we had last week, staff doesn't have time, and people ask something, there's going to be a year and a half to get back to them. What's the timeline on this one?
Councilor Trombetta, if I may, Mr. Chair, I think we asked for it to come back next month, and the treasurer said, let us do the tender now, so we'll have an answer for you. So I guess I haven't heard any disagreement that it would come back as soon as it's available.
yeah. I think Councilor Chichuk's right on that one. Councilor Director DeFilippis did answer that it's going to come back next month and then putting out for tender. Councilor Rayner.
Fine, I just know that it was a point of contention last week, so that's why I brought it up now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, where are we?
I don't know if anybody sees, I'm just going to, I don't know if you can see that, but in the motion, when the result is shown for the original motion, it says referred. So, again, I don't know if you see that
No,
on
I
your
don't-
end,
I
but
don't see it.
in the minutes, it will show the original recommendation and then referred. So it's not carried, it's referred.
Yeah, Madam,
And that the next recommendation will say the referral motion, and that will be carried.
no problem. I think sometimes, like I said, comfortability
Yeah.
on some councils on wording is always triggers sometimes, but
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I think you want to.
Yeah, so I get what you're trying to say, Madam Clerk. However, I think because of the negativity in Part 2 of this, it would almost imply that we have accepted that, and what we're referring is only more information about the demolition and the rest of those things. It doesn't sound like we're referring, even though that's your intent, and I know that probably is the legality. I think we need to clarify, again, for ourselves, but also for anybody who reads it about it or is watching or whatever, that it is not our intent to make a decision tonight. So if you can think of any wording that we can do on that original motion that can help to clarify that, even if it means taking out, the second or accepting them separately, that would be helpful.
I'll try to clarify my original answer. So this isn't, the original motion won't say carried. It will say referred. So even though you're voting on that, you're referring it, and it has a specific ask for your second motion. And your second motion, which is the referral motion, gives more specifics as to why we're referring the original. Does that make sense? I'm sorry if that wasn't very.
I'm not afraid how it goes.
Yeah.
Just if they want clarity, I'm just trying
Yeah.
to
Yeah, so it doesn't, the original motion doesn't say carried, it says referred. And then the secondary motion that you have, the referral motion, that is what will say carried, because that is the direction that you're giving staff.
Does that satisfy council?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I guess, again, at the end of the day, as long as we're not accidentally committing ourselves to anything or have the perception of committing ourselves to anything, if the fact that we've had enough conversation on public record that there could be no confusion whatsoever if there's ever a challenge, that our intent is not to approve this in any capacity other than to refer it back to staff, I'm satisfied.
Okay. At the end, there's still a tendering process, and we still have the voting on this tendering process as well. Is that okay, councillors on this side, on my right side? And Councillor Chichak?
I do believe the record will show that we wanted to refer it back with no action except further information.
And we have Bruce helping us with WeStream. We have video
I
proof
know.
to go with it, so.
In perpetuity, we will be able to watch that,
Thanks,
yes.
Bruce. Anything else on this side, councillors? We're good? Okay. Seems that that's all cleared up.
Again, when your vote comes up, it is a referral. So it's just going to say referred.
Mhm. And that should be in front of you soon, council? Hasn't came up yet.
No, it hasn't come up on mine yet.
Not yet, hasn't came up yet.
I think it's because I canceled it. Can you just do it?
Can I, if there's something going on with the, actually, because it was not canceled out and then so it wasn't brought up, so I'll see a sign of hands in support of it, referring it back to staff. And that carries. Any opposed? Thank you. Okay. That settles that one. We can, moving on to other business. Item A4923, Councillor Shelley Broderick, and we have crossing guards capacity and update for discussion. So I will turn it to Councillor Broderick.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So as we all know, and the community appreciates, the crossing guards have a significant duty in our community, keeping our children safe as they walk to and from school. Last spring, we had a capacity issue within our complement of crossing guards, so it was my intent to request information from the clerk in regards to that where that stands currently, in regards to the capacity of the staffing. I've just a couple of questions, so I'm going to ream them off here. Do we have an ample infill of staff for absences? And are other township staff trained to fill these positions on a as-need basis? I have some additional questions, but I'll start with that through you, Chair, to the clerk.
Directing it to the clerk,
Yes.
Councillor?
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you for the question. Through Chair Trombetta to Councillor Broderick. To answer your questions, we do not currently, as we stand right now, have any backups for crossing guards as a position. That being said, I understand that after the Thanksgiving long weekend, there will be some adjustments made in the staffing resources for the crossing guard positions, which will then allow for, I believe, 2 backups, one being AM only. So at that time, we will have a couple of backup crossing guards available. With respect to having staff assist with the crossing locations, yes, our staff are trained. Unfortunately, we are very limited with our staffing resources as well. Typically, we have, thankfully, in the past had a Public Works team and Recreation help out. With Public Works change of hours, it's a little bit more difficult to get those resources for us. They have been assisting with the AM coverage, and then clerks typically take over, specifically our deputy clerk, takes over the afternoon crossing location. So we have been able to accommodate with our staff, our current staff, but we are extremely limited. Our crossing guards are aware of that, and they do their absolute best to work around that, but unfortunately some things do pop up. But right now we are accommodating with the staffing resources that we have.
Thank you for your answers through you.
Your microphone, Councillor.
Thank you for your answer, and through you, Chair, to the clerk. So a recap of that is that it's the clerk's office, rec department, public works, and no other additional staff are trained.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. So further question. Can you recap for council or inform us of the compensation for a crossing guard? So their daily schedule and how much time are they compensated for? And in your opinion, does that lend itself to that capacity issue?
Thank you for the question. So the locations, the timing at each location varies. So not each location has the same amount of time. They do vary between half an hour to 45 minutes, depending on the location. And staff are paid hourly. So when they submit their timesheets, it is accumulated, their time is all added up and divided by that hourly rate. So that is how we pay our crossing guards. And this is the timing issue, the hours of operation for our crossing guards is something that we are currently looking into. And the clerk's department will be seeing if we can fit something in the budget to present to council to see if we can have more interest in applicants for our crossing guards.
Through you, Chair, to the clerk. So if a crossing guard comes to one of their sessions and they're there for 45 minutes, it's then added into their total day. They're not paid for 1 hour if they're there for that 45 minutes.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. So lastly, and was referred to in our previous meeting about a traffic study that was suggested that could possibly look at an expansion or elimination of crossing guard locations, especially due to the putting in of a crosswalk in the Dennis Drive Regional Road area, Regional Road 20 area, that after, if there's any further discussion with the council members, if we can look at putting that forward as a motion to ensure that that is being done after that crosswalk is complete. Would that be something that we could possibly do this evening after some discussion, if any?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
At the appropriate time?
Yeah, I mean, I have it here, but I mean, if there's any other discussion, we
Okay,
can.
so I'll come back to you, Councillor
Okay.
Broderick, at the appropriate time. I don't know if anybody else wants to. Councillor Riley?
Thank you. And I want to thank Councillor Braddock for bringing this forward, having this conversation. I know, I've seen more and more postings in other municipalities as well, looking for crossing guards, bus drivers, you name it, especially when it comes to volunteerism down globally. So West Lincoln is no different there. What I sometimes think doesn't get captured on the pay sheet is our crossing guards go above and beyond. They are there more than 45 minutes. I've gone my kids there early, and they're there, at least 5-10 minutes before they're supposed to be there, because some kids get there early and they stay later, knowing the ones that run late. I kind of like to see at some point when you guys come back to budget or when you're reviewing a way to compensate them for that. You know what I mean? I feel like we can always do more there, and if it's rounding it up to an hour, they're already going to be there for at least an hour, per visit. Never mind the gas it takes to get there, or however means they get there. I don't think that's a big ask, and I also would hope that it's kind of looked into the review of what your hourly looks like for them, and we're doing enough to make the job attractive enough as well. So I appreciate that conversation. I guess my question to you, Mr. Chair, to the clerk, and maybe just for clarity, and maybe I misheard Councillor Broderick, but I would actually like the study done before the implementation of the crosswalk. So once we know it's we got the money and it's going to tender, I think that's the point to start doing the study, not waiting for it to be implemented, fully done, and then do it, because at that point, we're kind of behind the 8 ball, or whatever the term is, or we're not, we should kind of be ahead of this. So I'd like to see when the minute that, I don't think there's gonna be a ribbon cutting, but the minute that crosswalk's ready to roll, and it's a school day, I wanna make sure if we are required to have a crossing guard there, we have one there, we're not waiting another month or 2 or 3 for that. So if maybe we can be proactive there, that would be my request to you, Mr. Chair, to the clerk.
Madam Clerk?
Is that doable? Does that seem
I can put
realistic?
that in the.
Okay, perfect. I just want to put that out there, so I appreciate that. And other than that, thank you for the conversation.
Seeing nothing, so did you have a motion in
Yes.
mind, Councillor Bradrick, or no? Just wanted to discuss it with the clerks?
I certainly think the 3 points, organizing the traffic study for the community, for the entire urban area of Smithville, to look at possible expansions or even eliminations of current crossing guard stations, for lack of better words, be done, as Councillor Riley has said, once that go-ahead has been approved for the crosswalk at Dennis Drive and Regional Road 20. Also for the staff to bring back to council the financial impact of compensating crossing guards for 1 hour per session. And thirdly, having staff create a training plan for any and all applicable staff to provide fill-in for positions, was my third point.
Okay, did you get that?
Yes, so through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Bradrick, the recommendation put forward will talk about the completion of a school crossing guard warrant. And within that will talk about what our current crossing locations look like and should we need to remove or add any. So that talks to the first part. With respect to the budget, that will come at a later time when we actually present budget to council. So I don't really think we needed that in a recommendation. And we already trained staff in order to cover those locations. So staff won't go out unless they're trained. So if we know that we need more internal assistance, then they would be trained accordingly.
So you're feeling confident that the current complement of internal staff are trained enough to fill those needs as is?
Currently, I would say yes. If we feel that we're still lacking and we're not able to fulfill those capacities internally from staff, then we could ask other departments for that assistance, but that training would still fall under the clerk's department and we would train staff accordingly.
Oh, okay, through you, Chair, to the clerk, I just don't want us to be caught in a situation like we were last spring where we were looking at eliminating a already approved crossing guard location, so wanting to ensure that, that's always looked at as an option, not just Public Works or RAC, but also other township staff in order to create a safe walk to and from school for children.
Thank you, Councillor Bradrick. Councillor Bell?
This is the councilman general, was just brought up that we pace the crossing guards 45 minutes a day. I'd like to see it go to the 1 hour because they're out there well before their time. I've seen them there myself well after. I don't have kids, but I see them there. And the conditions they work in, I've been there and done that. 15 minutes more a day, I don't think it's going to break the township for the job they do. They look after all our kids, get them to school, and they get them back home again. And I'd like to see that passed tonight so that it can go into effect as soon as possible for them. That's my ask.
Okay, so since you brought the motion forward, Councillor Broderick, do you want to add anything to what Councillor Bell said?
I think I just want to seek clarity from the clerk in regards to Councillor Bell's comments, and he said 45 minutes a day, but I think that we're looking at per session. So that's just so there's clarity around that it's not the day is 45 minutes being rolled up to an hour. It could in fact be, how many sessions, if I may ask, would a crossing guard work in one day?
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Bradrick, they'd be working an AM and a PM shift, so 2 total. So 2 hours a day you were asking for that to be extended to. Again, that is something that we can definitely look at when putting it in the budget for the upcoming.
So through you, Chair, to the clerk, I believe Councillor Bell is suggesting that we look at doing that immediately versus waiting for the budget.
So if that's his intentions, if he puts a motion, he gets a seconder, then
Yes.
it's opened up for discussion, and if it gets moved, it's moved. If it's not, it's not. So,
That's my motion.
okay. Councillor, seconded by Councillor Rayner. Any comments for that motion there? Hold on, I will come for questions or comments there. If she's just writing it, I will come for, I'm not calling the vote yet.
No, I didn't think so.
Never would. And then I'll come back to you, Councillor Bradrick, for yours as well. When you have it, Jess, just, we can read it out, and then I'll just go to questions and comments. And then once that's done, then I said I'll come back to Councillor Braddock for hers. So we might have 2 coming.
Okay, so through you, Chair Trombetta, the recommendation that I have drafted up would read that the Clerk's Department staff be directed to retain a consulting firm to complete a school crossing guard warrant once the pedestrian crossover located at St. Catherine Street at Dennis Drive process has started, and that staff bring forward a report to a future council or committee meeting. You can specify which one if you'd like. To budget for increasing the crossing guard hours to 2 hours per day, 1 hour per session.
I think Councillor Bell had his own separate motion. That sounds like Councillor Bradrick's motion. Councillor Bell had a separate motion that he got a seconder for. So keep that, that's, because I'm going to have to come back to you for Councillor Bradrick's, but Councillor Bell had a separate motion that he wants them. What was the motion, Councillor Bell? And he got a seconder, which was Councillor Rayner, and I was going to open that up to questions.
If Councillor Bradrick is okay with including this in her original motion, I would just keep it as one motion to keep it clean.
I can't.
So I'll go back to Councillor Bradrick to ensure that she's okay with that. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Didn't think it was an option.
I'll let the clerk decide those options. I don't decide those options. Okay, so then, if you want to read it out one more time there?
Sure. Just for clarification, did you want a specific date, a referral date, or is a future committee?
We're doing it right away, it matters.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Whatever's feasible for.
Okay, I'll keep it, it is noted, it is my department. So I will keep it as a future one, but keep in mind it will be as soon as possible. Okay, so I can read it.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I can read it again. That the Clerk's Department staff be directed to retain a consulting firm to complete a school crossing guard warrant once the pedestrian crossover located at St. Catherine Street at Dennis Drive process has started, and that staff bring forward a report to a future committee or council meeting to budget for increasing the crossing guard hours to 2 hours per day, 1 hour per session.
Does that satisfy?
I thought we wanted it effective immediately.
That's, let me finish that, and then we can ask questions. Is that what you're wanting your motion, councillors?
So my understanding from what Councillor Bell has said is that the compensation would start immediately. Am I
As
correct?
soon as possible.
Okay, you want to add that in? You seconded it, Counselor, yeah?
I'd second that it would be effective immediately.
The compensation portion only.
The compensation portion only.
Okay, I did hear that. Did you, so councillors want that the crossing guards get an hour compensated immediately or effectively is what they're looking at.
So
According
Just-
to their motion, they're only in the motion right now, Jess. So then once that's in the motion, then I can open it up for comments and questions.
okay.
It's what they want, I gotta put in. And then it's up to you, council, to councils to ask comments and questions, and if you guys approve it, it's up to you. It's not up to, are you all ready? And we'll read it one more time and see if it satisfies you, council. Well, it wasn't clear from the beginning, so I wanted to just make sure it's clear for all council that they're satisfied. It's not my motion. Done this rodeo many times. Go ahead. I think we got it now.
Okay. That the clerk's department staff be directed to retain a consulting firm to complete a school crossing guard warrant once the pedestrian crossover located at St. Catherine Street at Dennis Drive process has started, and that the crossing guard hours be increased to 2 hours per day, 1 hour per session, effective immediately.
Okay, that's, I think, what they're looking for. Perfect. So seconder was Councillor Rayner. Comments or questions? Seconder's Councillor Bell, okay. Comments or questions was Councillor Riley first and Councillor Chichuk next.
I see. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. So I certainly have no issue with that. I guess the question I have is there's something that was mentioned earlier regarding how some locations are longer than others. And are we now, by rounding up, are we now leveling that playing field, or should we also be reviewing an extra bump up of 15 minutes for those who are already going to be there working longer, knowing that they actually increase it? So for the 45-minute one, we know we're bumping up to an hour, but now are we bumping up the half-hour ones to an hour? And then should we not be compensating those who are already there 15, so we're compensating some people a half hour and some people 15 minutes? And how do we make sure that people are not, feeling that that's unfair or unjust in some way? If, so-and-so's getting an extra half hour, I'm only getting an extra 15 minutes. So through you to the clerk, if that could be addressed.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you for the question. That is why I put in a report to be brought forward, because that would outline all of those questions. Some crossing guards are only there for half an hour per shift, so it would be an hour per day. So they would be getting paid an extra hour for their entire day. Part of my report would outline that they are there for, say, 40 minutes instead of half an hour. So everyone is kind of there for the same amount of time. So there's not that discrepancy of time. So everyone is essentially paid the same amount of hours for being there for the same amount of time. So moving forward, should this be affected immediately, my suggestion with our current schedule would be to increase those hours so it's a little bit more aligned with the whole crossing guard hours. So everyone would be there for 40 to 45 minutes or half an hour in the PM shift.
Okay, and so again, Mr. Chair, I guess we were quick to kind of throw around, just round up to an hour, when maybe we should be more specific to the minutes, because I feel like we know the crossing guard who's there for 45 minutes is essentially losing an hour anyways. Like we've talked about how they always go above and beyond. That they're already getting compensated for the time they're being there. I feel like other locations could be seen as not having to be there as long, and I'd hate there be some animosity among the crossing guards of who's getting compensated for what and how long they'll be there. The other question I have to you, to our Director of Finance, and I'm sure she probably doesn't have these numbers in front of her with the information just being thrown at her, but in any kind of planning or governance, we always like to know what the numbers are, regardless of how minimal or maximum they are. Good planning and good governance, has us accurately informed fiscally to understand what that impact is. So through you, Mr. Chair, to our Director of Finance, do you have at least a ballpark of what this looks like financially speaking? So we make a decision tonight, we're not just saying, we'll worry about what it costs later. We can actually kind of walk away saying, okay, we know roughly what it's going to cost.
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Riley, I do have a question for the clerk. Would this be a doubling of hours? Is it a doubling of what we currently budget for? Because if it is, then it's easy to calculate.
Feel like it to be like
Essentially, we would be doubling the hours. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Some would be doubling. Some would be, yes, 1.5. It all depends on.
So if maybe for the ballpark, through you, Mr. Chair, if we can get an understanding of what the doubling looks like, and then if it's going to come under that, that's, I think, irrelevant at that point. It's actually, not that it's irrelevant, it's important to know what the final numbers are, but if we go on the over, we know what the worst case scenario is.
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Riley. So the annual budget, just for wages, I'm not including benefits or anything like that, like CPP and EI, it's $56,770. So that's for 10 months. So if we were to take that and look at, let's say 4 months, not really 4 months, basically 3 months, you could say. It's 17,000. So if we're doubling it, it's 17,000.
So it's going to be 17,000 or less, in theory, right? And then this year, if we were to start right away, we're starting at this part of the, what do we got, like 3 months left, 3 full months left of the year, pretty much 2.5 months left of the year. So okay, so that kind of gives me a little bit more clarity and understanding what the cost impact would be at the end of the calendar year, let alone what it looks like going forward. And so my last question was, if I can remember it now, was. So I get the importance of trying to do this right away. I kind of wondering, through you, Mr. Chair, to the clerk, what is the realistic expectation that we could have a report back next month around this time or at council? Is that doable? Like, I know that there's a lot going on, and we heard it brought up a couple times tonight, so I don't want to keep beating that, but I just know it's tough to ask something like this and expect it done within 2 to 3 weeks. So I know I'm putting you on the spot here, but if we were to wait, just be a little patient and wait just a few more weeks to get that information, do you think that would be reasonable?
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Riley, I would feel much more comfortable bringing a report forward to council next month. That is definitely doable. It's something that the deputy clerk and I have already had discussion about. So we kind of already know what we would include in the report. I think it would be, in my opinion, and it's the direction of council, but I do feel that it would be much clearer for members of council to see exactly, especially on paper, what each location covers and what our recommendations would be with staff with respect to their hours. And by that I mean how we would divvy the amount of hours so everybody is paid fair. So that would be my recommendation, truly, to bring a report forward at the next administration. Yeah.
So, and I agree, and I think, if the councillors put the motion forward, be willing to accept that. I think it's also important to note that we can also put in a stipulation that there's retro pay back for up to the month of September, right? So that's just something that we can take in. They're not going to be shortchanged. This is just going to give staff just a little bit more time to do their research, to give us that informed report, so we can confidently go up there and say, this is what we accomplished. We had all the information. So I would ask that this be brought back next month. I'm not too sure how everything's just moving now with multiple, I don't know where this fits. So I guess I'm at the mercy of the chair to figure out how he'd like to put that in as a motion, or if he wants to go to the councillors who brought the motion forward to see if they'd be willing to remove the immediate and ask and have it more brought back as a report.
We can ask a friendly amendment to the motion if that's possible.
Please.
Councillor Chichuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regardless of what we're going to do, I would like to give direction to we have done nothing to say where we're getting this money from or ask the treasurer what she should suggest. So we should be saying, and that the director of finance or treasurer take the money from the appropriate reserve, take the money from the pending surplus, but I don't want her coming back having to say, well, you didn't tell me where to get it from. So at the will of this committee, which we can change anytime, I would think that we should ask that it come from the pending surplus, just so that it's done, whatever you decide to do, unless the treasurer has a better idea.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Chair Trombetta. So this report would go through Donna for financial implication recommendations, so that would already be outlined within the report should it be brought forward in October.
I'm saying we could tell the treasurer right now to use that reserve, and if she chooses to not use or surplus, she can decide to get it somewhere else, or she can tell us now where she thinks would be appropriate, and we won't have to worry about it then or have a dispute.
Director? Do you need something, or?
Through you, Councillor Trombetta, to Chair Trombetta to Councillor Chichok, if just looking at this now, this budget amendment could probably be funded through operating savings. As I referred earlier to Councillor Bradrick, we do have excess investment revenue.
So can all that come back next month in that report, Councillor Chichok? Suggesting that? Okay. So, thank you. So, councillors, I know you have the motion, and I know it said immediately in that motion. Do you want to revise that to go to?
Yes, and if, through you, Chair, to the clerk, if we can add in the back pay, the retroactive portion of it in that report as well.
So to go back to staff, to come back next month to administration, and retro pay starting from, obviously, I guess this meeting is September's meeting. Go ahead, Donna.
Thank you, Chairman Trombetta. Just for some clarification, the report next month will outline the impact of increasing hours, and will also outline the impact to the 2024 budget.
Okay.
Because whatever you do will impact the 2024 budget.
Correct, yes. But we can implement it once it comes back next month, correct? If it's the will of council?
Yeah, through you, Chairman Trombetta, absolutely. It's just, don't lose sight that if you're increasing it, it's difficult in next year to, like, it's going to impact the 2024 budget. You know what I'm trying to say,
Yeah, I
right?
know what
So
you're
just,
saying, yeah. We're
that will
aware.
have to be outlined before you make the decision.
So remember, councillors, that will be starting on, 20, and already starting off, 17 down, at least. Times 4. Anyways, okay. I think you can just put the motion in front of us now. I think the council won't want me to reread it again for them. So councillors, the motion will be in front of you. You can read it yourselves. Councillor Riley logged off there. He's logging back in. Who else you left? Councillor Bell.
So we're going to increase their hours from 1 hour per session? 2 hours.
We'll find that out when it comes back next month as well. we'll go through all the details next month when it comes back, Councillor. We'll iron it all out. And that carries. Thank you, Council. Good discussion. Thank you, Councillor Broderick, for bringing that forward. Item A50-23, members of committee, board members, any verbal updates? Members of council, any other business of informative nature anybody wants to discuss? Okay, so we'll head off into confidential matters. There's no new items of business, I'm assuming, so we'll move on to confidential matters. That the next portion of this meeting be closed to the public to consider the following pursuant to Section 239-2 of the Municipal Act 2001, 12.2, Property Tax and Payroll Coordinator Lisa Casco-Young, Director of Finance Treasurer Don DeFilippis, read confidential report T2623, Property Tax Adjustment, Section 357, Applications. Personal matters about identifiable individual, including municipal or local boards. 12.2, Director of Legal Services Jessica Dyson, citizen appointee on boards and committees. Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee, Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee. A personal matter about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local boards. And 12.3, CAO Bev Hendry, Staffing and Department Resources Update. That's a verbal update. Personal matters of an identifiable individual, including municipal, local boards. And then there's a recommendation that we have, and I guess want me to read that now, the recommendation, or when we come out of closed? So I need a motion to go into closed. Councillor Broderick, seconded by Madam Mayor. All those in favor of going into closed? Or, sorry, it coming up on your screen. No, we can vote. I can vote for him if you want. I think I already know what his vote will be. His vote will be anyways. And that carries. Thank you. Thank you. So, thank you, Tim, for this evening. So I have a motion to go into open session, moved by Councillor Rayner, seconded by Councillor Riley. All those in favor of going back into open? And that carries. We have a couple of closed session directives that I need to read out. Madam Clerk, you can read them if you would like, if possible, if you got it there. This one here, yeah. Okay, so we have an open, closed session directive. The property tax payroll coordinator, Lisa Casco-Young, and Director of Finance Treasurer Donna DeFilippis, confidential recommendation report T26-2023, section 357, 358, 359 applications. The recommendation that the confidential recommendation report T26-2023 regarding section 357, 358, 359 applications dated September 18, 2023 be received, and that the list of applications as contained in Appendix A to report T26-2023 be approved. I need a mover for that. Councillor Chichek, seconded by Councillor Bell. I'll wait till that to prompt up. Okay, all those in favor? And that carries. None opposed. Do you want to do the next one, Madam Clerk?
Okay, so for item A5323, Director of Legislative Services / Clerk Jessica Dyson, regarding the citizen appointments on boards and committees, the recommendation reads as follows: that the following persons be and are hereby appointed to serve on the following committees and/or boards until their successors are appointed. 1, for the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee, Taylor McPhail, and 2, for the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, Joshua Harkin and George Witt. And that that Donna Harrington of the Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee be advised of Taylor McPhail's appointment as the Township of West Lincoln's citizen representative, and that a bylaw be presented at the September 25th, 2023 council meeting to amend bylaw 2023-03, being the appointment bylaw for boards and committees, specifically Schedule D, Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee.
Great, thank you. You heard the motion provided by the clerk. I need a mover for that. Councillor Riley, Councillor Broderick. All those, any comments or questions on that? No? All those in favor of that? And that carries. Any opposed? Seeing none. So that sums up the meeting committee. So I'd like to, sorry, Madam.
Mr. Chairman, I just
Councilor
noticed
Chichek.
that today bankruptcy by the Metroland Media has taken effect, and there are a number of people in Niagara that have been put out of work because the Niagara Farmers Monthly and a number of the local papers have stopped. Today is the dead. They've been notified that they are no longer employed. So to those that have lost their jobs, our condolences, and it's unfortunate that the media is going to strictly digital, but I guess it's a sign of the times.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, since today was the day, I thought I'd just mention it.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rayner?
Further to that, there was a full-page ad in the Hamilton Spectator, I think it was last Thursday, saying that they were discontinuing a number of newspapers, including the Standard and the Spectator. So I take my dog for a walk this morning, figuring that's it, it's over, and there's the newspaper sitting in my driveway.
Save it, it's a collector's
So
item now.
apparently, the ad that they had last week, there were some papers that they decided, I guess at the last minute, to carry on, which was, one is the Standard and the Hamilton Spectator, that they had a full-page ad last week that they were going to cancel them.
Thank you. Just like TV Guide, there used to be a collector's item, so save it.
Well, I gather they're still continuing it then, because for some reason they changed their mind from last week. But it was a full-page ad.
Great.
They don't know what they're doing.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Can we go home now? Thank you. So, if there's anything else, members of committee, members of staff, thank you, and I'd like to adjourn the meeting at 10:46.